Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the shadowed halls of Nogrid, where ancient stone bore witness to centuries of dwarven craft, Master Smith Thora, daughter of Thrin, ran her calloused fingers across the weathered parchment. The workshop's dim light caught the silver threads in her dark beard as she studied the elaborate drawings before her plans for a forge unlike any she had ever seen, its design bearing the unmistakable grace of elvish craft melded with dwarven practicality. The discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. Word had reached the great halls of Nogrid that Morgoth's dragons were moving south, their terrible wings casting shadows over the lands of Beleriand. The ancient scrolls spoke of a forge created in partnership between the legendary Fanner himself and the master craftsman of Nogrid, a forge capable of producing weapons that could pierce even a dragon's hide. Thorin knew the risks of unearthing such powerful secrets, but the alternative was extinction. The dragons would eventually come for Nogrid, as they had come for so many other realms. With trembling hands, she carefully rolled the plans and secured them in a mithril tube, a treasure in itself, but nothing compared to what the documents within could mean for her people's survival. The journey to find help would be perilous. The plans required both dwarven and elvish craft to bring the forge to life, and few elves remained who possessed the necessary knowledge. Yet rumors spoke of a group of Gondolin survivors who had escaped the city's fall, led by a smith who had studied under Fanner himself. Through secret paths known only to the dwarves, Thora and a small company of trusted craftsmen made their way east, avoiding the armies of Morgoth that now plagued the lands. Their journey took them through abandoned mines and hidden valleys, each step taking them closer to the reported location of the Gondolin refugees. They found the elves in a hidden vale, their makeshift settlement carefully concealed by ancient magic. The leader of the survivors, Calagon, had indeed studied under Fanner in Valinor. His eyes burned with the same fire that was said to have consumed his master when Thora revealed the plans. "These markings," he whispered, tracing the intricate designs with a finger that trembled slightly. "I remember when Fanner first conceived of this. It was to be his masterwork, a forge that could channel the very essence of creation. But he abandoned the project, feared it was too powerful, too close to the works of the Valar themselves. Despite his initial hesitation, Calagon agreed to help. The combined force of dragons and ORCs threatening all free peoples of Middle-earth left little choice. Work began in the deepest halls of Nogrid, where the mountain's heart still burned hot. The construction took months of backbreaking labor. Dwarven miners carved out a massive chamber, while elven craftsmen laid enchantments into every stone. Thora and Calagon worked side by side, their skills complementing each other in ways that reminded both races of the great works their peoples had once achieved together. But as the forge took shape, strange things began to happen. Tools would move on their own when no one was watching. The fires burned with unusual colors, and some workers claimed to hear whispers in languages long forgotten. Most disturbing of all, those who spent the most time near the growing forge began to change. Their eyes took on a fierce gleam, their work becoming obsessive, perfect beyond normal skill. Thora noticed the changes in herself as well. She found herself working longer hours, barely sleeping, her dreams filled with visions of weapons of impossible power. The forge was awakening something, drawing on memories and powers that perhaps should have remained dormant. One night, as she worked alone in the forge chamber, she felt a presence behind her. Turning, she saw a tall figure wreathed in shadow and fire, whether vision or reality. She could not tell. It spoke with a voice that seemed to come from the forge itself. "My greatest work," it said, and Thora knew she was in the presence of Fanner's spirit, or perhaps merely the echo of his fierce will imprinted on the forge's design. "But also my greatest folly. The power to create is also the power to destroy. Choose wisely, daughter of stone." The vision, if that's what it was, faded, leaving Thora shaken. She began to notice how the forge was affecting everyone involved in its creation. Caligon's eyes now burned with the same dangerous fire that had consumed his master. The dwarven craftsmen fought over who would be allowed to work closest to the forge's heart. The very air seemed charged with possibility and danger. The moment of truth came when the forge was finally completed. Its first firing filled the chamber with light that bordered on divine, the heat so intense it seemed to reach into the soul itself. The combined knowledge of elvish and dwarven craft, enhanced by whatever power Fanner had woven into its design, created something that transcended both races' understanding. The first weapons they forged were beautiful beyond description, axes that hummed with power, swords that glowed with inner fire. But each creation seemed to take something from its maker. The craftsmen grew pale and drawn, their eyes fever bright, their minds filled with dreams of greater and more terrible weapons. Thora watched as the forge's influence spread. She saw how it fed on the fear and desperation of its users, amplifying their desire for power. The weapons it produced were indeed capable of slaying dragons, but at what cost to their wielders? She remembered Fanner's warning and understood at last why he had abandoned the project. In the end, it was Caligon who made the decision. He had seen this pattern before, had witnessed how the desire for power had corrupted his people. One night, he came to Thora with wild eyes and trembling hands. "We must destroy it," he said. "The forge is too powerful. It carries too much of Fanner's spirit, his pride, his unquenchable desire to create weapons of power. We sought to defend ourselves against dragons, but we risked becoming something just as terrible." Thora knew he was right. With heavy hearts, they gathered their most trusted companions, those who had managed to resist the forge's allure. Using their combined knowledge of craft and magic, they began the dangerous work of dismantling what they had created. The process was almost more difficult than the construction had been. The forge seemed to resist their efforts, the fires burning higher, the whispers growing more insistent. But in the end, stone by stone, spell by spell, they unmade their creation. The chamber where the forge had stood was sealed with powerful enchantments laid by both races. The plans were destroyed, save for a single copy hidden away as a warning to future generations. Thora and Caligon parted as friends, their shared experience creating a bond that transcended the ancient divisions between their peoples. In the years that followed, Nogrid would fall to other dangers, but not before many of its people escaped, taking with them the lesson learned from the last forge, that sometimes the price of power is too high. And that wisdom lies not in what we can create, but in what we choose not to. The story of the last forge became a whispered legend among both dwarves and elves, a reminder of both the heights their cooperation could achieve and the dangers of reaching too far. And in deep places beneath the mountains, it is said that sometimes the whispers can still be heard, echoes of a power that might have changed the fate of Middle-earth, for better or for worse. Story 2. The halls of a region echoed with the soft hum of enchantment as Kaliner traced his fingers along the intricate patterns etched into the silver-veined marble. The elven craftsman's workshop, nestled within the heart of Ost and Edhill, was a symphony of light and shadow, where ancient knowledge merged with dreams of future glory. Morning sunlight filtered through crystal windows, casting rainbow patterns across the countless scrolls and half-finished projects that lined the walls. Among these works, one stood apart, a massive archway of mithril and stone, its surface adorned with runes that seemed to shift and change in the dancing light. This was to be the first of the Dawn Gates, a network of magical portals that would bind the realms of elves and dwarves closer than they had been since the First Age. The project had begun in secrecy, born from countless meetings between Kaliner and Narvi, the legendary dwarven architect whose skill with stone was matched only by his vision for what could be. Their friendship, unusual as it was, had grown from shared dreams of rekindling the ancient alliances between their peoples. The foundations must be laid in trust, Narvi had said during one of their first meetings, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. Each gate must bear the marks of both our peoples, or they will fail. The dwarf's eyes had sparkled with enthusiasm as he unrolled detailed plans across Kaliner's workbench, his beard braided with silver chains that clinked softly as he moved. Now, months into their work, the first gate was taking shape. But their progress had drawn attention they had not anticipated. Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, had begun to take a keen interest in their project. The mysterious figure moved through Regent's halls like a shadow wrapped in light, his beauty and knowledge drawing all eyes, his words carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. A remarkable achievement, Anatar's melodious voice startled Kaliner from his work one evening. The figure stood in the workshop's doorway, his golden hair catching the last rays of sunset. To bridge the gaps between peoples so long divided. Truly, this is a worthy goal, Kaliner straightened, trying to hide his discomfort. There was something in Anatar's presence that set him on edge, though he could not name it. The divisions between our peoples serve no one, he replied carefully. The gates will allow for easier trade, faster communication in times of need, of course. Anatar smiled, moving closer to inspect the gate's framework. And perhaps other benefits as well. Have you considered the military applications? In times of war, such swift movement between realms could prove decisive. The suggestion sent a chill down Kaliner's spine. It was true. The gates could be used to move armies as easily as merchants. But that had never been their intent. The next day, when Narvi arrived through the hidden passage they used for their meetings, Kaliner shared his concerns. The dwarf's brow furrowed as he listened, his fingers absently tracing the patterns they had carved together. We've felt his presence in Moria as well, Narvi admitted. He hasn't come himself, but his influence spreads. There are whispers of great works he could help us create, powers we could wield. The dwarf's voice grew heavy. Some of my kin are already speaking of closing our doors to outsiders, keeping our secrets safe. Their work continued, but now with an added layer of caution. They began incorporating additional safeguards into the gates, designed subtle runes of protection, patterns that would resist any attempt to twist their purpose. Each gate would respond only to the combined will of elf and dwarf working in harmony, making it impossible for either race to use them alone. Yet Anatar's interest only grew. He began offering suggestions for improvements, each one brilliant, but somehow unsettling. His proposed modifications would make the gates more powerful, but also more susceptible to central control. Think of the efficiency, he would say, his voice like honey. One master key to govern all the gates. Kaliner spent long nights studying ancient texts, seeking answers to the unease that plagued him. In the dusty archives of Ost and Adhil, he found references to another time, another great craftsman who had offered gifts of knowledge and power. The parallels made his blood run cold. One midnight, as he worked alone in his workshop, the true nature of their danger crystallized in his mind. The gates, as Anatar envisioned them, would not just connect their realms, they would bind them. And in binding them, make them vulnerable to whoever held that master key. When Narvi arrived the next morning, he found Kaliner already waiting, his face grave. Without words, the elf led his friend to a secret chamber beneath the workshop, where he had hidden their original plans and notes. We've been blind, Kaliner said softly. The gates were meant to bridge our peoples, but in the wrong hands, they could become chains. He spread out the earliest drawings. Look at what we first imagined, each gate independent, each a unique collaboration between our races. Not this network that Anatar pushes us toward. Narvi studied the plans in silence, his fingers running through his beard, a habit Kaliner had learned meant deep thought. Finally, he nodded. What do you propose? They worked in secret over the next weeks, carefully modifying their designs. The gates would still stand, but each would be unique, requiring its own key and its own guardians. They added layers of protective enchantments, woven so deeply into the structure that they would be nearly impossible to detect, let alone unravel. The day they completed the first gate proper, Anatar appeared again, his face a mask of benevolent interest. But when he examined their work, something flashed behind his perfect features. A moment of frustrated rage quickly smoothed away. You've changed the design, he said, his voice still pleasant, but with an edge like steel. The gates will be less efficient this way, but more stable, Kaliner replied steadily, meeting those ancient eyes. Sometimes the slower path is the sure one. In the years that followed, as the truth about Anatar, about Sauron came to light, the wisdom of their caution became clear. While other great works of that age fell to darkness or were destroyed, the Dawn Gates remained, scattered throughout Middle-earth, each one a testament to what could be achieved when peoples worked together in true partnership, not domination. The gates never became the great network that Sauron had envisioned, but perhaps that was their greatest success. Each stood as an independent symbol of cooperation, a reminder that the strongest bonds are those freely chosen, not imposed from above. Some still stand in the hidden places of the world, their secrets known only to those who remember the old alliances. And it is said that when dwarf and elf approach one together, in true friendship, the ancient runes still glow with the light of dawn, opening the way between realms as they did in the days when such friendships were less rare. Story 3. The torchlight flickered against the ancient walls of Arabor, casting dancing shadows across countless gems that studded the rock like frozen stars. King D and two Ironfoot's boots echoed through the vast chamber as he followed his master miners deeper into the mountain's heart. They had discovered something during their latest excavation, a sealed door bearing marks so old that even the most learned scholars of Arabor struggled to decipher them. The door itself was a masterwork of dwarven craft, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the wavering light. At its center, a series of interlocking rings bore inscriptions in a variant of Khuzdul, so ancient it predated the fall of Moria. We believe it dates back to the early days of Arabor, my king, said Drugan, the chief archaeologist, his gray beard braided with scholarly rings of bronze. Before Smog, before even the first great wealth of the mountain was discovered, D ran his hand across the cool metal, feeling the pulse of old magic beneath his fingers. The mountain had many secrets, but few felt as significant as this. With a gesture, he summoned the kingdom's best craftsmen, and for 3 days they worked to unlock the door's mechanisms without damaging its ancient craftsmanship. When the final lock finally yielded, the door opened with a sound like a distant bell tolling. The chamber beyond took their breath away. Unlike the grand treasure halls above, this room was intimate, clearly designed for artifacts of importance rather than mere wealth. And at its center stood something that made even Dian's battle-hardened heart skip a beat, a mirror of pure silver, its frame adorned with gems that glowed with their own inner light. Impossible, whispered Drugan, his eyes wide. This bears the mark of Gondolin. It must have been brought here during the Exodus. After the city's fall, the mirror's surface rippled like water as they approached, and in its depths, Dian saw not his reflection, but Vision's armies gathering in the east. Dark forces stirring in ancient ruins, and a shadow stretching out toward the lonely mountain. The images shifted rapidly, showing glimpses of possible futures, each more troubling than the last. That night, Din called his most trusted advisors to a secret council. Among them was his son, Thorin III, who would one day inherit both the crown and its burdens. As they discussed the mirror's revelations, a messenger arrived from Dale with disturbing news. Travelers spoke of increased ORC activity in the Grey Mountains, and strange fires had been seen in the ruins of Gundabad. "The mirror shows truth, then," Din said grimly. "The servants of the enemy gather strength once more. But why now? Why here?" The answer came from an unexpected source. Thranduil, the elven king of the woodland realm, requested an audience with unusual urgency. Despite the lingering tension between their peoples, Din granted it immediately. The elf lord arrived with minimal escort, his ancient eyes troubled. "The darkness gathers strength on many fronts," Thranduil said after the formal greetings were exchanged. "My scouts report movement in Dal Guldur once again, though the necromancer was driven out years ago. Something calls to the servants of Shadow, drawing them north." Din led Thranduil to the hidden chamber, watching as the elf's eyes widened at the sight of the mirror. "You know of this artifact?" "It is the Mirror of Turgon," Thranduil breathed. "Created in Gondolin to warn of approaching doom. Its very presence here is significant. It appears only where great events are about to unfold." The mirror's surface swirled at their approach, showing new visions. The gates of Arabor under siege, dark shapes climbing the mountain's slopes, and a familiar shadow spreading from the east. But it also showed hope, allies gathering, ancient alliances renewed, and a light pushing back the darkness. "We must prepare," Din declared, but quietly. "If we show our hand too soon, we risk drawing the enemy's attention before we are ready." Over the following months, Arabor hummed with careful activity. The forges burned day and night, crafting weapons and armor, but always in numbers that could be explained by routine replacement and trade. Din sent messengers to the Iron Hills and the settlements of men nearby, warning them in coded language of the coming danger. But even as they prepared, treachery was taking root within the mountain. The mirror revealed glimpses of a shadowy figure moving through Erebor's halls, but its face remained obscured. Someone was feeding information to the enemy, someone with access to the mountain's inner circles. The revelation of the traitor's identity came at a heavy price. During a routine patrol, Din's nephew, Belin, discovered unauthorized messages being passed to a merchant caravan bound for the east. Before he could raise the alarm, he was struck down by a poison blade. Though he survived, the attempt on his life forced the traitor's hand. It was Enin, one of Din's own counselors, who had been seduced by promises of power from the enemy. When confronted, he spoke of a voice in his dreams, promising him kingship over all the dwarf realms if he would only help weaken Erebor's defenses. The attempted assassination of Belin proved to be the enemy's crucial mistake. With the traitor exposed, Din moved swiftly. He publicly banished Enin, but secretly used him to feed false information back to the enemy. Meanwhile, the true preparations for war accelerated. When the attack finally came, it found Arabor ready. The combined forces of ORCs and evil men from the east broke against the mountain's defenses like water on stone. The alliance of dwarves, men, and elves that Din had quietly built held firm, their united strength taking the enemy by surprise. The battle raged for 3 days, but in the end, the forces of darkness were driven back. The mirror had served its purpose, allowing Arabor to prepare for a storm that might otherwise have proved devastating. In the aftermath, Din ordered the mirror hidden away once more in a new chamber deep within the mountain. Its purpose was fulfilled, but he knew that such artifacts had a way of resurfacing when needed most. Future generations would find it again, he suspected, when new dangers threatened the peace of the north. The tale of the mirror became part of Erebor's lore, a reminder that the mountain's greatest treasure was not its gold or gems, but the wisdom and foresight to protect its people. And in the years that followed, when travelers spoke of the strength of Arabor and its king, they told not of vast hordes of wealth, but of how Dee and Ironfoot had united the free peoples of the north against the shadow, guided by an ancient mirror that showed not what was, but what might be. Story 4. Golden leaves danced in the ethereal light of LOTR as Nimrodel moved silently through the ancient melon trees. The elven ranger's keen eyes scanned the forest floor, where something had disturbed the usual patterns of fallen leaves. To most, it would have been invisible, but to one who had patrolled these borders for centuries, the signs were clear as footprints in fresh snow. ORCs had passed this way, yet their tracks showed a precision that these creatures rarely displayed. They had moved with purpose, following paths that avoided the strongest concentrations of elven magic. Someone or something was guiding them, teaching them to navigate the ancient defenses of the golden wood. As she knelt to examine a broken twig, a shadow passed overhead too swift for birds, too silent for fell beasts. Nimrodel's hand instinctively moved to her bow, but she remained still, letting her senses reach out into the forest. The Malorn trees whispered their ancient songs, but beneath them ran a darker current, a discord that made her skin prickle. The evidence led her to the foothills of the misty mountains, where ancient dwarf roads wound their way beneath the earth. Here, the tracks vanished into a crevice that bore signs of recent use. The entrance was well hidden. She would have missed it entirely, if not for a glint of torchlight reflecting off wet stone deep within. "You have keen eyes, even for one of the Galadrim." A gruff voice spoke from the shadows. Nimrodel spun arrow-knocked, to find herself facing a dwarf. His beard was iron gray, braided with exile's rings, and his eyes held the weight of one who had seen too much darkness. "I am Farin, once of Arabor," he said, keeping his hands visible. "And I believe we hunt the same prey." The dwarf's tale was troubling. He had been tracking a group of his former kinsmen who had fallen under a dark influence. They had been sharing ancient knowledge of the underground paths with servants of the enemy, including ways to bypass the old wards and protective magics. "These tunnels predate both our peoples," Farin explained, gesturing to worn carvings that lined the passage walls. "They were old when Moria was young, and they connect places of power throughout these mountains." Nimrodel struggled with the decision before her. The Lady's Law was clear about allowing outsiders into the realm, yet this threat required knowledge of the underground ways that her people had never fully mapped. "Time grows short," Farin added quietly. 3 nights passed. "I saw one of the 9 riding these paths. Whatever they seek, it cannot bode well for any of us." The mention of a Nazgul changed everything. Nimrodel had been tasked with protecting Lothl's borders, and this threat struck at the very foundations of that defense. With reluctant grace, she nodded to the dwarf. Together, they descended into the ancient tunnels. Farin moved with the sure-footed confidence of his people, while Nimrodel's elven senses stretched out through the darkness, alert for any disturbance. The passages twisted and turned, sometimes showing signs of dwarven expansion, other times bearing marks of far older hands. They found their first real clue in a chamber that bore signs of recent occupation. Among scattered supplies and discarded tools lay a fragment of parchment covered in elaborate script. Nimrodel's breath caught as she recognized the writing. "This is from the archives of Kara's Galadhon," she whispered. "It speaks of an artifact from the first age, the Lamp of Twilight, crafted in Valinor and brought to Middle-earth by the Noldor. It was thought lost in the fall of Beleriand, not lost," Farin corrected grimly. "Hidden. My people have legends of it, a light that reveals what wishes to remain hidden. The stories say it was sealed away in these mountains when the first shadows began to creep back into the world. The implications were clear. If the enemy's servants found such an artifact, they could use its power to pierce the protective veils that kept realms like Lothl safe from dark eyes. Their pursuit led them deeper into the mountain's heart, through passages that grew increasingly ancient. The air grew heavy with age and forgotten magics. Several times they were forced to hide as groups of ORCs passed by, their movements coordinated in a way that spoke of careful planning. Finally, they reached a vast underground chamber where multiple tunnels converged. Ancient pillars rose into darkness, their surfaces covered in scripts so old that even Nimrodel could not read them. And there, in the chamber's center, stood a solitary figure in black robes, holding aloft a crystal vessel that pulsed with a pale, silvery light. The Nazgul turned its hooded face toward them, and even Farin's warrior heart quailed at the sight. But in that moment, Nimrodel acted. Her arrow, blessed by the Lady of the Golden Wood, flew true, striking not the ringwraith but the artifact it held. The lamp of twilight shattered with a sound like breaking stars. Light exploded through the chamber, revealing a network of wards and protective spells laid into the very stone of the mountain. The Nazgul screamed in fury as ancient magics, dormant for ages, flared to life. The chamber began to collapse as powers long held in check were suddenly released. Nimrodel and Farin fled through the tunnels, pursuing a path the dwarfs swore would lead them to safety. Behind them, the darkness and the wraith's terrible cry were swallowed by falling stone. They emerged under starlight to find the forest in uproar. The lady's power had surged through all of Lothlorien, strengthening its borders as the ancient wards woven through the mountains reawakened. The threat was ended, though at the cost of countless ancient passages and secrets now sealed forever beneath the earth. In the days that followed, the lady herself commended their actions, though few ever learned the full tale of what had transpired beneath the mountains. Farin was granted safe passage through the Golden Wood, whenever his travels required it, a rare honor for one not of the elven race. The partnership formed in those dark tunnels marked the beginning of a quiet renewal of trust between their peoples. Though the ancient passages were lost, something perhaps more valuable was found, a reminder that when darkness threatens, old prejudices matter far less than shared courage. Years later, travelers in Lothlorien sometimes spoke of seeing an elven ranger and a dwarf sharing tales beneath the golden trees, their unlikely friendship a living testimony that even in an age of growing shadow, light could still be found in unexpected places. Story 5. Deep in the heart of Moria, where ancient pillars rose like stone trees into darkness, and mithril veins glimmered like starlight in the rock, young En, son of Enror, pressed his ear against a wall of black granite. The sound that had caught his attention came again, a hollow resonance that shouldn't exist in solid stone, like a distant bell ringing in the depths of the mountain. The mines of Moria were at the height of their glory in those days, before the darkness came. The great halls echoed with the sounds of craftsmen at work, and the forges burned day and night. But here, in this remote tunnel far from the main thoroughfares, En had found something different, something old. His mining lamp cast dancing shadows as he examined the wall more closely. To most eyes, it would have appeared solid, but Enin came from a long line of master miners. His fingers found almost invisible seams in the rock, patterns that spoke of ancient craftsmanship. "You've found something interesting, young Enin." The voice made him jump. Behind him stood Celebrimber, Lord of a region, his presence in the deep mines unusual enough to make Enin's discovery feel suddenly more significant. The elf lord's eyes gleamed with curiosity in the lamplight. "There's a chamber behind this wall," Enin replied, his voice steady despite his surprise. "The stonework. It's older than anything I've seen in these levels." Celebrimber moved closer, his hand hovering over the surface of the rock. "Yes," he murmured. "There is power here, sleeping in the stone. Old magic from the early days of this realm." Together, they spent hours studying the hidden door, for that was what it proved to be. Enin's knowledge of stonecraft complemented Celebrimber's understanding of ancient magics. Finally, with a sound like a long-held breath being released, The wall shifted, revealing a chamber that had remained sealed for thousands of years. The room beyond was small but perfectly crafted, its walls covered in runes that shifted and changed in the lamplight. At its center stood a pedestal of black marble, and upon it lay a ring. Impossible, Celebrimber breathed, but Enin noticed the elf lord's hands trembling slightly. This was intended to be forgotten. The ring was beautiful in its simplicity, a band of dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Runes appeared and disappeared along its surface, similar to those on the walls but more urgent, more alive. One of the 7, Celebrimber explained quietly, "Not yet given to your people. It was hidden here, I think, by one who foresaw both its power and its danger." Enin felt drawn to the ring, but something in Celebrimber's voice made him hesitate. What sort of danger? Before the elf lord could answer, a shadow seemed to pass through the chamber, though they were far from any source of moving light. The runes on the walls flickered, and for a moment, Enin thought he heard distant whispers in a language that made his skin crawl. "We are not alone in discovering this place," Celebrimber said grimly. "He whose hand helped craft these rings, he will have felt its awakening. We must decide quickly what to do." Even as he spoke, the air grew heavier, and the whispers grew more distinct. Something was stirring in the deep places of the mountain, something that had slept for ages uncounted. The ring must be kept safe, Enin declared, surprising himself with his conviction. But not here, not in Moria. Celebrimber nodded slowly. "There are other places, other guardians, but reaching them will not be easy. Already, I feel his attention turning toward us." They sealed the chamber behind them, but both knew it would not remain secret for long. Their journey through the mines became a tense game of shadows and whispers. They took unused passages and ancient shortcuts, drawing on Enin's intimate knowledge of the mountain's hidden ways. Several times they were forced to hide as strange echoes pursued them through the tunnels. The ring, though wrapped in layers of protective cloth, seemed to pulse with its own awareness, calling to something in the darkness behind them. Near the eastern gate, they found their path blocked by a section of tunnel that glowed with an unnatural light. The air itself seemed to twist and distort, and in the distance, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps. "He has sent his servants," Celebrimber said softly. "We cannot fight them all," but Enin was already moving, his miner's intuition guiding him to a narrow crack in the wall. "There's another way," he said. "An old ventilation shaft. It will be tight, but it should lead us above the eastern gates." The passage was indeed narrow, and more than once they had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, then faded as they ascended through the living rock of the mountain. They emerged under starlight, the ring secured, and their pursuers temporarily thwarted. But both knew this was only the beginning. The ring must be taken far from here, Celebrimber said, looking back at the mighty doors of Moria, to a place where its power can be contained, studied, understood before decisions are made about its fate. Enin nodded, though his heart was heavy. What about the chamber? The knowledge contained in those runes? Some knowledge is best left buried, Celebrimber replied. But remember what you saw there, young Enin. Remember that in the brightest days of alliance between our peoples, such wonders were created, and such wisdom was shown in hiding them away in the years that followed. As shadow and flame claimed the depths of Moria, Enin often thought back to that chamber deep in the mountain's heart. The ring they discovered found its way to other guardians, its power eventually becoming part of the greater tragedy of the Seven. But the memory of that hidden chamber, and the choice made there to protect rather than possess, remained as a testament to a different kind of strength. And sometimes in the deepest watches of the night, Enin would dream of those shimmering runes, telling stories of a time when elves and dwarves worked together to protect Middle-earth from the growing dark. Those dreams always ended with the same question: what other secrets still lay hidden in the deep places of the world? waiting for the right moment to be found or to remain forever hidden. Story 6. The first snow of winter fell softly on the scorched ruins of Dale as Immerse, daughter of Gulin's sister, traced her fingers along claw marks deeper than sword gashes in the ancient stone. 5 years had passed since Smaug's death, yet his shadow still lingered in every charred timber and shattered wall. The young dwarf warrior adjusted her mithril, inlaid axe, a gift from her cousin Gimli, before he departed for Rivendell, and gazed northward toward the gray mountains, where strange rumors had begun to stir. Your kin are not the only ones who hear the whispers of wings in the night, came a voice like autumn leaves. Galien, once cupbearer to King Thranduil, and now a scout of the woodland realm, emerged from the shadows with 2 fellow elves, their green cloaks dusted with snow. Unlike many of his woodland kin, Galien had seen enough of dwarven courage during the Battle of 5 Armies to set aside ancient prejudices. With him were the twins Alderon and Kalanor, young by elven reckoning, who had proven themselves in defending the woodland realm's borders from the growing darkness. They carried their grandfather's tales of the great dragon Encalagon the Black and his brood, stories that had lately begun to haunt their dreams. 3 dwarves and 3 elves, mused Immerse's companion Vestry, a scarred veteran of Arabor's reclamation. Just like the old days of alliance, before pride drove our peoples apart, at his side stood Nari, a prodigy among the smiths of Arabor despite her youth, her intricate braids adorned with runes of protection. Together, they had tracked reports of livestock vanishing from isolated farms, of strange lights in the northern peaks, and of shadows too swift and too purposeful to be mere clouds. Now, their separate investigations had led them to the same conclusion. Something stirred in the gray mountains, something that echoed the terror of ages past. The unlikely company set out as the winter winds grew fiercer, following ancient dwarf roads that wound through valleys now claimed by wild things. Nari had forged special arrows for the elven bows, their heads crafted from the same steel that had proven deadly to Smaug. Vestry carried maps of the old northern holds, marked with carefully preserved warnings of deep places where dragons had once nested. On their 4th day of travel, they found the first undeniable proof. In a sheltered valley, they discovered the remains of a great elk, its bones scored by teeth designed for rending dragon scale. Alderon knelt by the carcass, his immortal eyes reading signs invisible to others. "This was no wild creature's kill," he said softly. "The precision speaks of intelligence. And look," he pointed to strange marks in the frozen ground. "These are not the prints of any dragon recorded in our histories. Smaller," Nari observed, measuring the tracks with her smith's precision, "but more numerous." As if Smaug was not the last, Galien finished grimly, as if he had kin, younger and hungrier, waiting in the northern waste. They made camp that night in the ruins of an ancient dwarf hold, its walls still strong despite centuries of abandonment. As they huddled around a carefully shielded fire, Immerse shared what she had learned from her father's scrolls, tales of how dragons had first been bred by Morgoth, of their cunning and their fatal pride, and of how they had scattered after their master's defeat, some flying north beyond the reach of elves and men. But why return now? Kalanor wondered, testing the edge of his blade. Why gather in numbers when solitude has served their kind for so long? The answer came sooner than any had expected. In the deep hours of the night, they heard it, a sound like great bells ringing beneath the earth, a resonance that spoke to something primitive in both elven and dwarven blood. Vestry was the first to name it. "Dragon song," he whispered, his battle-scarred hands tightening on his axe. They're calling to each other. The company moved with greater urgency after that, following the echoes of that ancient music higher into the mountains. The air grew thin, and the winds carried the scent of sulfur. On the 7th day, as a red sun rose behind iron-gray clouds, they found what they sought. In a vast caldera, sheltered from the worst of the mountain winds, they discovered the truth. 3 young dragons, each no larger than a horse, their scales shimmering with colors unseen since the first age. They were practicing their wing strokes under the watchful eye of a larger beast, one that bore the unmistakable marks of age and cunning. A queen breathed Aldaron, teaching her children to fly, but it was what lay beyond the dragon family that froze the blood in their veins. Scores of eggs, nested in volcanic vents that kept them warm, each one thrumming with that same deep resonance they had heard in the night. This was no mere hiding place, it was a nursery, the beginning of a new dragon brood that could devastate the north. The companions retreated to plan, knowing they had discovered something that threatened every free people of Middle-earth. Yet as they debated their course of action, Nari made an observation that gave them all pause. "Look at their scales," she said, pointing to sketches she had made. "The patterns, the coloring, they're different from all the records we have of Morgoth's brood. These dragons, they're not evil, not yet. They're just dragons, being what they were born to be." Galleon agreed thoughtfully. Like the great eagles or the creatures of the deep, it's not their fault that their ancestors were twisted to evil purpose. The debate raged through the night. The dwarves thought of their ancient homes, of the devastation wrought by dragon fire. The elves remembered the great worms of the First Age and the devastation they had brought to Beleriand. Yet they also thought of the eagles, who had chosen to ally with the free peoples, and of how many of Morgoth's creatures had found their own paths after their master's fall. In the end, it was Immerse who proposed a solution. "We warn them," she said simply. "We show ourselves, speak with the queen if we can, and make it clear that if they trouble the realms of elves and men and dwarves, we will return with armies. But if they keep to the wild places, hunt only wild prey, then we need not add another chapter to the long history of blood between our peoples and theirs," finished Galleon. It was a risk, but one born of wisdom rather than fear. The next dawn, the company descended into the caldera, weapons sheathed but ready. The Dragon Queen watched them approach, her ancient eyes holding generations of memory. What followed would be recorded in both elven songs and dwarven chronicles, the day when 6 companions reached an accord with the last dragons of the north. The queen, who called herself Lalith in the ancient tongue, spoke of her desire to raise her children away from the wars and hatreds of the past. In return for their lives and freedom, she swore that her brood would never raid the lands of the free peoples, never serve the shadow, and never forget that they shared the world with others who had an equal claim to life and peace. As the company departed, they carried with them something unexpected: hope. Hope that even in an age of fading magic, there was room in the world for wonders as well as terrors. Hope that ancient enemies could choose new paths. And hope that the wisdom of both elves and dwarves, combined with courage and compassion, could forge a better future than the past had promised. The snow was falling again as they made their way south, back to their respective realms. But now and then, on clear nights, travelers in the north would catch glimpses of distant shapes wheeling against the stars, not as harbingers of destruction, but as reminders that Middle-earth still held mysteries that defied the simple divisions of good and evil. And that wisdom sometimes meant knowing when to lower one's weapon and listen to an ancient enemy's tale. Story 7. In the halls of the Blue Mountains, where ancient stone kept secrets older than the moon, Princess Dies stood before a forgotten chamber, its seal broken by time and chance. The sister of Thorin Oakenshield had remained behind while her brothers and sons marched to reclaim Arabor, becoming the keeper of their people's memories in the halls of exile. But on this day, as autumn winds howled through abandoned mine shafts, she discovered something that would shake the foundations of everything she knew about the history of Middle-earth. The chamber's walls were covered in tapestries, preserved by arts unknown to modern craftsmen. They showed impossible scenes, elves and dwarves working side by side, sharing great halls and forges, their children playing in gardens both above and below ground. One image in particular caught her eye: a great city built into a mountainside, its architecture a harmonious blend of elvish grace and dwarven strength. The stories were true then, came a voice from the chamber's entrance. Linder of Rivendell, emissary of Lord Elrond, stood in the doorway, his ancient eyes wide with wonder. He had arrived bearing messages, but now seemed transfixed by the discovery. There are scrolls in Elrond's library that speak of such places. Though many dismiss them as fancy, DS traced the intricate patterns woven into the tapestries with calloused fingers. These aren't just art, they're maps. Look at the constellation patterns worked into the borders. They show the way to something. Together, the unlikely pair began to decode the ancient messages. Linder's knowledge of the stars combined with DS's understanding of dwarven map-making revealed a truth long forgotten. Hidden in the mountains between the Gulf of Lune and the old borders of Arnor lay a city unlike any other in Middle-earth's history. They gathered a small company for the journey: 3 dwarven scholars from the Blue Mountains and 2 elven lore masters from Rivendell. The expedition set out as winter's grip began to loosen, following trails that had been old when Bilbo's grandfather was young. On the 20th day of their journey, they found the first sign: a weathered statue showing an elf and dwarf standing back to back, their weapons raised not against each other, but against common foes. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, blending styles in ways that seemed impossible. "Look at the base," DS said, brushing away centuries of moss. "These runes. They're like nothing I've ever seen. A mixture of Khuzdul and Quenya, perhaps." Linder knelt beside her, his immortal eyes scanning the ancient script. "It's a warning, or perhaps a welcome. Here stands the gate of Caradthon, where 2 peoples became one, until darkness drove them apart. The city itself lay hidden behind clever artifice, a waterfall that could be walked through if one knew the secret path, leading to a valley that seemed to exist in a realm between realms. Here stood the ruins of Caradthon, the city of 2 peoples, its broken towers still reaching for the sky, while its roots delved deep into the earth. As they explored the ruins, evidence mounted of a civilization far different from anything known in the histories of either people. Forges where elvish enchantments had been worked into dwarven steel, gardens where underground streams nourished plants that gleamed like gems, halls where the music of both peoples had once echoed in harmony. But it was in the great library, preserved by enchantments that had outlasted its builders, that they found the truth. Scrolls and books told the story of how, in the First Age, a group of Noldoran elves and dwarves of Belagost had discovered something extraordinary. Their people's skills, when combined, could create wonders beyond anything either race could achieve alone. They built Caradthon as an experiment, a place where the barriers between their peoples could dissolve. For centuries it flourished, becoming a beacon of cooperation and advancement. Children of both races grew up together, learning each other's crafts and customs. They developed their own unique culture, neither purely elvish nor purely dwarven, but something new and wonderful. "But look at these later records," Linder said, his voice heavy with sorrow as he translated a particularly ancient text. "They speak of a shadow growing in their hearts, of whispers in the dark that turn friend against friend." DS read from another scroll, her voice growing tight with anger. It was him, Morgoth. These writings say he couldn't bear to see such cooperation between the peoples he had tried so hard to divide. He sent his servants not with weapons, but with words. The fall of Caradthon had been subtle, cruel in its simplicity. Small misunderstandings were magnified, ancient grievances resurrected. The Whisperers spoke to the worst fears of both peoples: the elves' fear of being bound to the earth, the dwarves' fear of being looked down upon. Within a generation, trust had crumbled like old stone. The city wasn't destroyed by war or dragon fire, one of the dwarven scholars realized, examining marks on a wall. They simply left, walked away from everything they had built together, In the deepest chamber of the library, they found one final secret, a hidden vault sealed with both elvish spells and dwarven craftsmanship. Inside lay objects of power created by the combined arts of both people's tools and weapons that could have changed the course of history had they not been forgotten. But more important than any artifact was the message carved into the vault's door, written in the combined script of Caradthon. To those who find this place, know that what was sundered can be mended. The shadow that divided us was not stronger than the bonds we forged, only more patient. Learn from our failure, but remember our success. As the expedition prepared to return to their respective realms, DS and Linder stood in what had once been the great hall of Caradthon, watching the setting sun paint the ruins in gold through cleverly placed light shafts. What do we do with this knowledge? Linder asked softly. The world has changed since these halls were built. DS thought of her brothers, of her sons, of all who had died believing that the distrust between their peoples was as natural as stone. We tell the truth, she said finally. Not all at once, perhaps, but we begin. We show them these halls, these works of art and craft that neither of our peoples could have created alone. We remind them that what Morgoth spent so much effort to destroy must have been powerful indeed, and so the story of Caradthon began to be told again in both the halls of elves and the kingdoms of dwarves. Not as a tale of failure, but as proof that ancient wounds could heal, that cooperation could achieve what isolation could not, and that the greatest works of both peoples came not from standing apart, but from standing together. The city itself remained empty, but not abandoned. Both peoples began to send their craftsmen and scholars there, to study and learn from the works of their ancestors. Slowly, carefully, the spirit of Caradthon began to stir again in the hearts of elves and dwarves, whispering of possibilities that had been lost, but might yet be found again. Story 8. The Forges of a Region sang with ancient power as Celebrimber, last of the House of Fanner, worked the enchanted metals beneath the light of a waning moon. In his hands, mithril from the depths of Moria flowed like liquid starlight, its qualities unlike any substance in Middle-earth. But tonight, his concentration was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps, not the light tread of his elven kin, but the solid stride of a dwarf. Dis the Younger, master smith of Moria and descendant of Durin's line, emerged from the shadows. Her dark beard was braided with runes of craft and wisdom, and her eyes held the fierce intelligence that had made her the youngest master smith in dwarven history. In her hands, she carried a small chest inlaid with patterns that seemed to shift in the forge light. "The moon is right," she said without preamble, setting the chest upon Celebrimber's workbench. "And the stars align as your calculations predicted. If we're to attempt this fusion of our arts, it must be tonight. The unlikely collaboration between the greatest elven smith of the age and the prodigy of Moria had begun months earlier, when both had independently discovered something troubling. The powers preserved in their respective realms were beginning to fade. The great works of the First Age were slowly losing their potency, as if some fundamental force was draining from the world itself. Together, they had conceived of a solution, artifacts that could preserve and protect, combining the dwarves' mastery of mithril with the elves' arts of preservation. But such a melding of crafts had never been attempted before, and the consequences of failure could be catastrophic. As they prepared the forge, a third figure appeared in the doorway, tall and fair beyond measure, with eyes that held wisdom and power. He was known to them as Anatar, Lord of Gifts. He had come to a region offering knowledge, and his counsel had proved invaluable in many works of craft. Such industry so late in the night, Anatar observed, his voice like honey poured over steel. "Might I offer my assistance in this great work?" Celebrimber hesitated. Though Anatar had taught him much, something about the Lord of Gifts had always struck a discordant note in his spirit, perhaps because he too keenly remembered the tales of his grandfather Fanner's pride and fall. Dis had no such reservations about showing her distrust. "This is a work of dwarf and elf," she said firmly. The secrets of mithril craft are not for others. No matter how fair they may seem, a shadow passed across Anatar's perfect features, so quickly it might have been imagined. As you wish, he said, bowing slightly. But remember that all crafts are enhanced by the sharing of knowledge. Why work in shadows and secrecy when so much more could be achieved in the light? After he had gone, Dis and Celebrimber exchanged glances. There's something not right about that one, Dis muttered, checking the seals on her mithril containers. He reminds me of the old tales of voices that whispered to our ancestors in the dark, promising power, but delivering chains. Celebrimber nodded slowly. Perhaps that is why this work feels so urgent. Something tells me we must complete it while we still can. Before, he left the thought unfinished, turning instead to the complicated array of tools they had prepared. The work that followed was like nothing either of them had attempted before. This began with the mithril, using techniques passed down through generations of dwarven craftmasters. Her hammers struck with precision that seemed impossible for their size, each blow accompanied by words in the ancient dwarf tongue that made the metal sing. Celebrimber added his arts at crucial moments, weaving spells of preservation and protection that had been old when the world was young. The mithril responded to their combined crafts in unexpected ways, taking on colors and patterns that neither had seen before. As midnight approached, both smith and craftmaster felt something building in the forge, a power that was neither purely elven nor purely dwarven, but something new. The air itself seemed to thicken with potential, and the stars visible through the forge's smoke hole appeared to wheel closer, as if watching with interest. Then came the moment of crisis. As they began the final phase of the forging, the mithril suddenly flared with a light that blinded them both. Through the spots in her vision, Dis saw patterns forming in the metal that reminded her of the secret places beneath the earth, where mithril was born. Celebrimber, meanwhile, saw echoes of the two trees of Valinor, whose light had been lost to the world ages ago. Hold fast. Celebrimber called out, his voice strained. The powers we've awakened are trying to pull apart. Dis gritted her teeth, maintaining her grip on her tools though they had grown burning hot. Then we give them no choice but to work together. In that moment of shared determination, something shifted. The warring energies in the forge suddenly aligned, and the mithril transformed into something entirely new, a series of tokens that shone with an inner light, neither the cold brilliance of the stars nor the warm glow of forge fire, but something in between. As the power subsided and their vision cleared, they found themselves looking at 7 small discs of transformed mithril, each marked with both elven scripts and dwarven runes. When Dis picked one up, she gasped she could feel the living stone of Moria singing to her more clearly than ever before. When Celebrimber held another, he sensed the unchanging nature of the elves strengthening the very air around him. We've done it, Dis breathed, her voice filled with wonder. Not just preserved our arts, but enhanced them by bringing them together. Celebrimber nodded slowly, but his expression was troubled. Yes, but now we must decide what to do with them. Such power will not go unnoticed indeed. I fear it may already have drawn attention. We would rather avoid, as if in answer to his words, a cold wind swept through the forge, though all the doors were closed. Both elf and dwarf felt a shadowy presence pass by outside, like a hunter catching an unexpected scent. They worked quickly then, hiding their creations in places both above and below ground, protected by arts that combined their people's skills in ways that none would expect. The 7 tokens would become known in later ages as the Finders, though their true purpose was to preserve rather than to seek. Neither Dis nor Celebrimber ever spoke of that night's work to others, though both remembered it when, years later, Anatar revealed his true nature as Sauron and began his great work of corruption. Their secret collaboration had created something that the enemy, for all his power, could never quite understand, proof that the greatest works come not from dominion over others, but from the free collaboration of different peoples. each bringing their own gifts to create something greater than either could achieve alone. And though the great works of a region would fall and Moria would face its own darkness, the seven finders remained hidden, waiting for a time when elves and dwarves might once again work together in trust and friendship, keeping alive the memory of a night when the greatest smith of the elves and a young master of the dwarves had proven that ancient rivalries could be overcome, and new wonders forged in the fires of cooperation. Story 9. The shadows and Mirkwood grew longer with each passing day, stretching like dark fingers across the ancient forest floor. Toriel, cousin to Legolas and master archer of the woodland realm, crouched beside a twisted oak as she studied tracks that should not have been their heavy boot prints that spoke of ORCs, yet with a purposefulness to their march that sent chills down her spine. These were not the random raids she had grown accustomed to. This was something else entirely. Miles away, in the torchlit halls of Arabor, Thorin Stonefoot, nephew to King D in Ironfoot, stood before an ancient map carved into the wall of a forgotten chamber. His fingers traced the worn paths that showed long-abandoned dwarf roads, secret ways that had once connected the northern realms. The map had been discovered during the restoration of Arabor's lower halls, and something about it troubled him deeply. The paths of dwarf and elf were destined to cross on a moonless night, when Toriel's pursuit of the ORC tracks led her to a hidden valley where stone met forest. There she found Thorin and his two companions, Anna the scout and Freyrin the axe master, examining what appeared to be an ancient dwarf door set into the mountainside. "Hold!" Toriel called out, her bow drawn but not yet aimed. Behind her, her fellow scouts Felindril and Methril emerged from the shadows, their own weapons ready. "What business do dwarves have so close to our borders?" Thorin turned slowly, his hand near but not on his axe. Unlike many of his kin, he had learned from the battle of 5 armies that ancient hatreds served only their true enemy. "We follow a darkness that grows in the north," he answered carefully. "One that uses our own ancient roads against us." A tense moment passed before Toriel lowered her bow, recognition flickering in her eyes. "The ORC tracks," she said. "They're using old dwarf roads to move unseen." The revelation led to an uneasy alliance. The dwarves knew the ancient passages, while the elves could track the enemy's movements above ground. Together, they began to uncover a pattern that chilled them. All organized groups of ORCs and Easterlings were using forgotten dwarf roads to gather in secret, preparing for something big. Their investigation led them deeper into the network of ancient passages. In one chamber, they found weapons of clear mortar design alongside maps marked with locations throughout the northern realms. In another, they discovered evidence of dark rituals that made even the hardened warriors among them pale. "This goes beyond simple raiding," Felindril observed, examining runes carved recently into ancient stone. "They're preparing supply lines, gathering points for war." Thorin finished grimly. "But not just any war. Look at these markings. They show paths that could allow armies to bypass every major defense in the north. Arabor, Dale, even the woodland realm. They could be surrounded before anyone knew the enemy was moving." The gravity of their discovery was interrupted by a sound that made their blood run cold, the unmistakable screech of a Nazgul echoing through the ancient corridors. The presence of one of the 9 confirmed their worst fears. This was no ordinary gathering of dark forces, but part of Sauron's greater design. What followed was a desperate race through the darkness. The company split up, the elves using their superior speed to reach the surface and warn their realms, while the dwarves would collapse key passages to slow the enemy's advance. But before they parted, Toriel and Thorin made a pact. "Our peoples must stand together," Thorin said, pressing an ancient dwarf key into Toriel's hand. "This opens passages that lead directly to Arabor's Great Hall. If the warning must be sounded, do not hesitate to use it." Toriel nodded, giving him in return a delicate silver whistle. "Blow this thrice in succession, and the nearest woodland patrol will come to your aid. The time for old grievances is past. The next few days were a blur of silent battles in the shadows. The elves moved through the treetops, eliminating scout parties before they could report back. The dwarves worked tirelessly to seal crucial passages, turning their ancient engineering against the paths their ancestors had built. But their greatest challenge came when they discovered the enemy's true target, a forgotten dwarf hold that contained something that Nazgul desperately sought. In its deepest vault lay an ancient weapon, forged in the First Age when dwarves and elves had last fought together against the darkness. The final battle took place in a vast underground chamber where dozens of passages converged. The combined company of elves and dwarves faced not only ORCs and Easterlings, but the terrible presence of the Nazgul himself. It was Toriel's arrows, blessed by elvish magic, combined with Thorin's knowledge of the ancient structures, that finally turned the tide. Using the chamber's own design against their foes, they triggered a collapse that sealed the Nazgul and many of his forces inside the mountain. The cost was high. Several passages that had stood since the First Age were now lost forever, but the enemy's plans for a secret invasion of the north were thwarted. In the aftermath, as they tended to their wounds in a hidden veil between their realms, Thorin and Toriel reflected on what their discovery meant for the future. "The enemy will try again," Toriel said, looking south toward the growing darkness. This was but one thread in his great web. Thorin nodded, his expression grave but determined. "Then we must be ready. The dwarves of Arabor will reinforce the old defenses, seal what passages we can't guard. But we'll need eyes in the forest, and you shall have them," Toriel promised. "I will speak with King Thranduil myself. The elves of the woodland realm will not stand idle while darkness gathers. Though neither knew it then, their alliance would prove crucial in the years to come." When war finally did come to the north, during the dark days of the War of the Ring, it was the groundwork laid by Thorin's stone foot and Toriel that allowed the armies of Arabor and the woodland realm to move as one, protecting their lands from Sauron's northern armies. The paths they had discovered remained a secret kept by both peoples, but the trust forged in those dark passages endured. In later years, when peace finally came to Middle-earth, those who knew the full tale would say that while the War of the Ring was won in the south, the north was saved by an unlikely friendship between elves and dwarves who learned to see beyond ancient grievances to face a common foe. Story 10. Deep in the halls of Moria, where ancient darkness pressed against the light of dwarven lamps, master craftsman Narine, son of Enar, traced his fingers along a wall that should not have been glowing. The veins of mithril running through the black stone pulsed with an inner radiance that made his heart race, not with the familiar gleam of the precious metal, but with something far older and more terrible. The year was 1280 of the Third Age, when Moria was still the crown jewel of dwarven realms, its halls echoing with the sounds of craftwork and song. Yet, in recent months, the deeper mining operations had uncovered passages that the oldest records did not mention, and dreams of fire and jewels had begun to haunt the sleep of many. Narine's discovery spread through the ancient halls like wildfire, reaching the ears of Durin's folk, and inevitably, those of their neighbors in Lothal Reen. The Lady Galadriel, sensing something that set her ancient heart trembling, sent her daughter Celeber, and as an emissary to the dwarven kingdom. The meeting between elf and dwarf took place in a grand chamber where fountains played beneath carved stone leaves. Celeberan, with hair like moonlight and eyes that had seen the passing of centuries, faced Narine across a table of polished black marble. Between them lay a map showing the deepest reaches of Moria, marked with runes that pulsed with that same strange light. "Show me," Celeber said simply, her voice carrying the weight of ancient memory. "Show me what you have found." The journey into the depths was treacherous, not from any physical danger, but from the growing sense of power that seemed to press against their minds. The dwarven guides who accompanied them whispered prayers to Mahal, while the elven guards touched their weapons nervously. As they descended, Celebur and began to sing softly an ancient lament that spoke of 3 jewels and the oath that had torn the world asunder. Narine felt the words pierce his heart, though he understood little of their meaning. They found it in a chamber that seemed carved by forces beyond mortal knowledge. The walls were smooth as glass, curving in impossible angles, and in the center, suspended in a column of crystal, hung a light that brought tears to Celebur and's eyes. "A Silmaril," she whispered, her voice trembling. "One of the 3 jewels of Fanner, lost since the breaking of Baleriand. How it came to rest here, in the roots of the mountains." But Narine was already shaking his head. "The crystal cannot be broken," he said. "We've tried every art known to our people. It's as if the very stone refuses to yield its prize, because it was not meant to be found," Celebur and replied. "Not yet. Perhaps not ever." She approached the crystal column, placing her hand upon its surface. "This is no accident, Master Narine. The Silmaril did not simply fall here, it was placed, hidden away by powers greater than either of our peoples." Their discussion was interrupted by a deep rumble that seemed to come from the very bones of the earth. The light of the Silmaril flickered, and in that moment, both elf and dwarf saw something move in the shadows beyond the chamber, something vast and ancient, wrapped in flame and darkness. A Balrog, Celebur and breathed, ancient terror in her voice. "One of Morgoth's greatest servants, fled here after the War of Wrath. It sleeps still, but the light calls to it." The realization struck them both at once. The Silmaril had been hidden here, not as a treasure to be found, but as a seal, its divine light holding the ancient evil in check. Every attempt to reach it risked awakening what lay beneath. The next few days were a flurry of secret activity. Narine worked with his most trusted craftsmen to seal the passages leading to the lower chamber, while Celebur and wove spells of concealment and warning. Together, they crafted a new kind of lock, one that combined dwarven metalwork with elven enchantment, designed to last for ages. But both knew it was only a temporary solution. The existence of the Silmaril could not remain completely secret already. Whispers had begun to spread through both their realms. They needed a way to protect not just the jewel, but the truth about why it must remain hidden. It was Narine who proposed the solution. "We tell them a different story," he said, as they worked on the final seals. "We speak of cursed treasures, of dangers too great to risk. We make them fear what lies below, not with lies, but with just enough truth to keep them away." Celebur agreed, though the decision weighed heavily upon her. "And we prepare," she added. "We leave warnings for those who will follow, hints of the truth hidden in poetry and song, so that if the day comes when the seals fail, their work completed, elf and dwarf stood one last time before the sealed chamber. The light of the Silmaril still pulsed faintly through the rock, like a heartbeat in the depths of the mountain. "Your people will guard this secret?" Celebur asked, though she already knew the answer. Narine nodded solemnly. "As will yours. Some burdens must be shared, even between those who have often been enemies." They parted as friends, though few would ever know of the alliance forged in the depths of Moria. Celebur returned to Lothal Reen, where she spoke to her mother of what they had done. Galadriel approved, recognizing that some powers were better left sleeping in the dark. Narine continued his work in Moria, rising eventually to become one of its greatest craftmasters. He never spoke of what he had found in the depths, save in the most guarded of terms. But he began a secret tradition among certain trusted families of Durin's folk, the passing down of a warning, a duty to watch for certain signs. Centuries later, when the dwarves delved too deep and awakened what slumbered below, some remembered the old tales and understood at last their true meaning. The Balrog rose and Moria fell, becoming the dark realm known as the Black Pit. Yet the deepest secret remained safe. The Silmaril continued its eternal vigil, holding in check powers even darker than the demon of shadow and flame. And so it remains to this day, deep in the roots of the mountains, its light hidden, but not extinguished, waiting for the day when the world is ready for its recovery. Until then, it stands as a testament to what elf and dwarf could achieve together, and a reminder that some treasures are best left guarded rather than claimed.